Okay. Time to start off another stream of Justice for All. So, Di, can you remember what happened last time? And I can probably be pretty sure that you can remember most of the thing that happened last time. Yes, no, maybe? Or should we do the mic check first? Let's do the mic check first. Can you hear me? Or does the music, or does the game volume need to go down a bit? Okay, now I always test my lower volume. It probably needs to come down, but okay, still be heard right now. Too loud. It's all good? Okay. So, how much do you remember from last week? Okay, so yes, we did finish the last case. So we're doing the final episode right now. Last case had to deal with the very big circus. Acro was found guilty for murdering Russell Berry. We also discovered that the murder was more of an accident than a traditional murder, because he was not aware that Russell Berry was down there because he was expecting to kill Russell Berry's daughter, Regina Berry. So that didn't happen. So this was an accidental murder, which he's going to be tried for second-degree murder, because this wasn't planned. It was planned to kill Regina. So we start off the final episode where we're in Gatewater Hotel, and there's a ceremony going on, and the Nickel Samurai wins a contest where we're joined in the Viola Hall with Phoenix Wright, Maya Fey, Pearl, and Will Powers. We were supposed to join a post-ceremonial conference featuring the Nickel Samurai based on a confession. He was going to be dressed as the Nickel Samurai. Well, that was canceled. We learned later why it was canceled. They had discovered Juan Corrida's body, and they arrested Matt and Guard for suspicions of murder on Juan Corrida. And then later, Maya gets kidnapped by the killer. That is to sum up what happened last time. Okay. Basically what you remember. March 21st, 11:34 a.m., Wright Co-Law offices. Well, at least we're able to get Mr. Engard as our client. We know that he didn't do it, which is very important. Do we? We tested to see if Matt Engard was telling the truth with the Magatama. So this is why this is occurring. So, now what do we do? Well, the trial's tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. Engard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Okay, let's start looking. Since there were no psych locks, and that means we can trust Mr. Engard to be innocent. I really feel much better knowing that. Ever since last night, I was so worried that I kept wondering, what if he is the real killer? What then? Hey, I have something I want to ask you, Pearl. Okay, what is it? Why are you so interested in how Maya and I get along? I mean, she and I don't have anything special going. Huh? But what do you mean? But I thought you and Miss Maya were... I've been mistaken all this time? No way! She really wasn't kidding. Pearls actually believes Maya and I are... Maybe I should have just left it alone. Mr. Nick, stop! Don't hide your true feelings from me! Ow! She slapped me! Yes. Pearl Fey should have had an invitation to go to Super Smash Brothers, because she would fit well using every one of Jigglypuff's moves, because she has slap, double slap, triple slap. And they're not like kid slaps. Though I can see maining Pearl Fey if that happened. She should have been invited to Smash. Because Phoenix Wright really doesn't have any attacks that would correlate to Smash. Pearl does. Alright. First, I need to pull up a player's guide. Okay. We are going to the hotel lobby. I could go to the detention center, but we're going to get the exact same conversations we had in the previous part. So, March 25th, Gatewater Hotel lobby. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you. What is going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed. Is that true? It's bad. It's a bad rerun in what this is. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of dudes? You know, that's not entirely... I'll let you know that I was a huge fan of Juan. Why, oh why do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been that way ever since. Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened. Don't push me, boy! Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. Miss Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Don't buzz me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants! Di's favorite character. My dear Hammer died a year ago in the dreadful murder. And only recently I just finally find a star that makes this heart go ba-dump again. I don't know what to say. I asked you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? Or pushing up daisies? I'd watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my wand. But, I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? The irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is the manner of speaking supposed to be? And why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days. I don't know the meaning of the word. Pearl, are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention? Young'uns today. So I'm guessing this old guy heard everything from Lotta. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Ready? For what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyways, I don't know anything about the murder. I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I thought it was the most important part of that night. The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child? When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you say? Murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder is it? Nightmare ensues. Please, don't stray onto another tangent. Please. If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring this lady a present. Yeah, we'll move on because we definitely don't have anything. March 21st, Clearwater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like bunches of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, gotta roll with the sleeves and try, I guess. Okay, so in the cutting room floor, I had noticed this. So this entire scenery that we're looking at is actually from the Game Boy Advance. Because when they ported this game over to the DS, that lobster was removed. And I learned this from watching or from seeing the screenshots that they had on the cutting room floor. That lobster was removed. You look very close at that lobster and you tell me exactly what that represents. And you can tell and you can understand why this lobster was removed in the DS port. Go ahead, Di. Type in Phoenix Wright, Justice for All, cutting room floor on your search. And you can see the two screenshots. And I can, with your facial expression, I can probably understand what you're thinking of. So yeah, this lobster was entirely removed on the DS port. Why they brought it back in for the Phoenix Wright trilogy? Yeah, it's called the cutting room floor. Yeah, I'm very positive. The screenshots are on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, I know, but I'm actually going to pull out of the game because I think I remember seeing it.
That lobster was removed. Yeah, it's not there. Yes, this lobster was removed. Does it tell you why the lobster was removed? If you find it, let me know. You reading? I found it interesting when I looked it all up too. It says, and I was looking at the screenshot. It says, yeah, I don't remember the lobster being in the DS port, but I was thinking to myself, says, I do remember seeing it in the remake. Andy's actually checking the DS port because we do own the DS port. Should be in the caption of the screenshots. I'm talking to Di. And I think Phoenix is probably doesn't know about it either. Okay. Well, the reason why they removed that lobster is because of how it's positioned. Okay. It represents an organ on the human body. And because they felt that the American people would not understand the reference, they removed it. Evidently, nobody understands why it was brought back. But it just goes to show you that not every American is as stupid as many outsiders think we are, but but we understand the reference. So that's a little tidbit for you guys. Not there, is it? Okay, so here's the thing here. It is, but it isn't. Look close. Real close. Because the tail was cut off.
The tail right off from that.
Yes. Phoenix, welcome to the stream. I had a feeling you were lurking. I bet you did not know about that change in the game. And if you missed that part, I will show you a screenshot of it. March 21st, Gaywater Hotel, hallway. In Viola Hall, there's a lobster that's on the table. In the original version on the Game Boy Advance, that lobster is present. It is not present in the DS port. It's present in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Hey, you there. Been watching for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Cop fella. The thief showed his face. What? Arrest him. Put him on trial. Find him guilty. Give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling all right? Well, I've already explained it, so we don't have to go and explain it again. Look here, and there's look here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So, why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera, C-A-M-E-R-A. It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Di is probably gonna laugh at that part. Huh? So, you lost your camera? Ain't no ordinary camera. Yeah, buy it in a store and it's $1,600 brand new. But can you just say you bought it for $700? I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store, about 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itsy-bitsy scratch on it, and the manager got all puffed up in the face. He gave me his talking to, and was real mean about it, too. He done made me cry at all. When did you lose your camera? Last night after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear darling, expensive sweetie. Lotta, what did you have to do with this expensive camera of yours? No, I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye, so I don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything from my big scoop. I wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Lotta's camera added to the poor record. Lotta, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. From before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually I was here until the time Mr. Engard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever Lotta Hart goes, there's a story to be found. A big scoop to be had. Scoop? I told you before, I'm going to be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Reckon, of course, that means I'm also looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So, maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So, you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info So I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know. Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Haha, yeah. Take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lotta and your I rule smile. Okay. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel and Guards Hotel Room. Where are we? We're in Mr. Mangard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? You're Mr. Mangard's lawyers, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow! It's a simple deduction, really. Trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Ngard's situation is looking rather grim. So, you came here, one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I'm Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Alright. She may be of small stature, but appearance can be deceiving. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that is correct. Then I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Ngard. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? But sweet. I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. I bet you had a lot of fun at parties. When the award show was starting, I head for Viola Hall. After the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. Ngard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Clarita. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? He really held strong through everything. Yeah, he does seem to be mentally tough as nails. There's a reason why, but we'll discuss it later. Well, at least you got that reference. So about you and stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Ngard and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, and I'll add that I am Mr. Ngard's manager. This manager. Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Clarita, have one? No, he did not. He didn't. Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios, in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mr. Maya. Pearl, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, alright? Okay. Did you know the victim, Mr. Corrida? Yes, I knew that. The world is such a small place after all. Did you know what his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corrida was killed. Do you have any ideas as to why Mr. Corrida was murdered? Why would you ask me such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Miss Andrews? Sorry, but there's nothing more I can add to this conversation. Is this cyclic, Mr. Nick? Yes, and there's getting to be more and more of these lately. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in Mr. Juan Corrida's room, Pearls. Mr. Corrida? The victim. Which makes this the crime scene, too. Oh, it's you. So, what happened? The kidnapper. Has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. Yard's acquittal. You okay, Bill? Hanging in there? Just want Maya to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that? Even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you've got to keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, a little missy. Wow, you giving it to me? Thank you! Wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good. Mr. Nick, I got a map! Oh, that's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Hotel guide map added to the court record. Do you know what was the cause of death? Well, technically the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, Belle. It should. Yeah, here's a picture. There's a knife in his chest. Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon. So he was stabbed to death. They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife? Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Engard's prints, pal. That's bad, real bad. Crime scene photo added to the court record. Why was Mr. Engard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? Looks like the victim, Juan Corrida, really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene you can tell. There's signs of struggle everywhere. Well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off. Mr. Engard said something about a button. Something like one of the jamming ninja's buttons got caught in his Hakama. And that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who is it? That lady, Miss Oldbag. please anyone but her. The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off. Something that's a little off? As in, that's for you to figure out, pal. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Okie dokie. Okay. It's a beautiful wine glass and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. But doesn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the place. She's right. The flower vase was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is the glass the only thing that's still alright? Wine glass added to the court record. Yes, Di, you probably have quite a bit of questions about this wine glass. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Corrida fought his assailant. What are these bits of glass from? A flower vase, maybe. There's flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are. You don't know much about flowers, do you, Mr. Nick? This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. It's strange, the guitar is not here. Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show? Miss Maya, she said the bright red guitar was a Jammin' Ninja's signature item. That's true. Huh? The guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? Guitar case added to the court record. Got a lot of questions about the guitar case too, I bet ya. Teddy bear, phone. So that's a bed, right? Yep, it's a bed, but it's big, but it's a bed. Ha, Mr. Nick, it's so soft. Big beds must be a rarity for her. It looks like Mr. Corrida had dinner last night. This bottle is tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show last night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Wow, there's a lot of bears! Alarm clock one, collector's edition, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. Welcome to the stream, Underfan 2014. Please ignore bot regs. These should not be timing people out or deleting messages. I appreciate you liking the stream. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Growl. Okay. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? You're gonna probably have to adjust bot rates. Because his message didn't have as many cats as Botrix is suggesting. There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator. Carrot juice bottle and tomato juice bottle are both empty. It's a flashback. Phoenix is remembering events from the last case. Empty? Too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut. Tomato juice is not a vegetable. Tomato juice is a fruit. Oh, there's a beet. Some ketchup and a bottle of strawberry jam too. That's because it's got more than just tomatoes in it. You're not on this case yet? Maybe red was his favorite color. I see nothing else here. There we go. It's so messy here. Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electric things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, can you tell me what they are, pretty please? Okay. That over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearl, not Maya. Okay, it's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely counts, or closes. There's his clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator. Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Corrida? I think we have enough. Okay. I don't have that. So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Miss Detective Gumshoe? No, actually, Ms. Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Pearls noticed it before me, too. Hey, wait a minute. So, does that mean Ms. Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around, man. You're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've heard that sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma! Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time. Sorry, I've got to make myself scarce. Later, pal. Yow! At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh? Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from a pitifully hopeless detective. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow! Hey, don't you dare run away, Mr. Scruffy Trenchcoat. Ugh. I didn't think the detectives of this country would be this pitiful. Ow! Detective, come here for a second. Yeah! I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He wasn't so scared. He just froze up on the spot. He was so scared he froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours? Is this all this means to you? What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Ow! What did she throw at me now? What is this? Oh, I guess this means I've got to get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, alright? And if you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Autograph? This paper's got Mr. Corrida's name written on it. So it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing like this. Writing that looks like this. It's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here. See how it says, "To my dearest Wendy," in more normal letters here? This sloppy, unreadable writing? It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Hold on. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. Mr. Corrida's autograph added to the court record. Okay. So, Di, you know where we're going, right? March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Oh, Mr. Wright. How are you? Oh, Mr. Powers. Have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show? Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's the sequel to the Steel Samurai. I see. This time there are 3 samurai brothers: Aluminum Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course the Nickel Samurai. It's a Love Why in oldie Tokyo. Let's see. Wait. Hello, what? Hello, why? This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop, and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over this one girl. Anyways, Sayo is exactly the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet times 3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know! Miss Sayo. Does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. I can't believe she's really considering it. So what's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like? Started from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. The Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, it's geared towards kids. It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. What? He was a really lousy ninja, absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing! With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. And a ninja. With a bright red guitar? And then, the final fight in the front of his beloved Princess, Mizola. Jammin' versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Aw, that's too bad for him. Oh yeah. But this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl? Well, what happens next? I want to know! Jammin', the Jammin' Ninja. Will he be able to sing? What about Princess Mizola? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Which show should I watch? I can't believe she's really considering it. Hey, that's Ms. Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little. So Mr. Powers likes these types of women. What do you know about Ms. Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know. There's sort of a small rumor going around her right now. A rumor? If you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. So happy, he looks like a lion that just found his next meal. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Oh, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah. I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager, to the star, Miss AA. You see, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be in the dark, mister, right? Juan Carrera didn't have a manager of his own. Which means, if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA, Adrian Andrews? Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client? It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Girls is following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Magazine clipping added to the core record. Hey. Alright, Di. Are you ready to break some locks? Ty, are you ready to break some locks? Okay.
Take that!
What you witness? Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please, tell us what you saw. But, what a waste. And here I have a perfect good chance to have a little fun at you young'un's expense. I am a little devil after all. Does that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. Do you remember what she wanted? To be honest with you, this is the easiest one to do. Here's the second page. Not much there. What do you think she's been wanting? Let me ask you another question. Who was her favorite star that she mentioned when we started the stream? The Jammin' Ninja, Juan Corrida. So what of his does she want of Juan Corrida? I have 754 subscribers. Thank you to the people who subscribe to the channel.
Take that!
That's Juan's autograph! Yes, it is. And it even says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldback, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may be Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please, give it to me! Let me have it, please! I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then, how about an exchange? Wow, she must really want this autograph. My offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up her heart. All for my dearest Juan. Autograph given to Wendy, dearest. See how easy that was? Sometimes this game can toy with you a little bit. And that was one of the biggest toys they gave you. You actually thought that you would have to break those 4 locks individually. I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. You're kidding. Oh no! It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet, minding my own business. Okay. And, did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it. Maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for this part of the trial, you know? The trial tomorrow. This time, you're going to get it. I'm going to work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Engard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan in. I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken. Yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. A chick. I trust you. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad and I say he did it. What did Mr. Engard ever do to her to deserve that? What did Mr. Engard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. He created a scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick. Well, what is it? What's this scandal? Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Poor Juan led astray by the wilds of the vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what does wild and wild temptress mean? Ah! How about we just listen to Miss Oldbag? What Miss Oldbag has to say for now, okay, Pro? So, Miss Oldbag, who's the woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved the girl into Juan on purpose. His own manager? But why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation into the mud. Scandal's like a pretty standard definition. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyways, Ms. Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. Engard did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Of course, a tabloid. Next week? Does that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Ms. Oldbag have information like that? And where did she get it? We will not be finding out anytime soon. So, we got more locks to break, Di.
Take that!
Big scoop. Lotta, will you answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I? For my scoop. What I want to know about are the details of the scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Alright then. An unpleasant tabloid photographer looks for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Grr! Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Carita and this person. Do you know the answer to this one, Di? That'll probably make it easier on you. Okay, I went through them all for you. See who you wanted?
Take that!
This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Madden Guard's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jamma Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But y'all can't just make up any old little thing and think it'll make the paper. You gotta back up. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah. You gotta have that what's that? News sauce. You mean news source. That's it. So show me something that shows that Juan Corrida guy had something with Miss Andrews. We have one thing that'll present it. I'll give you a hint. Will Powers actually gave it to us. Do you know what that was? He didn't give us a photo, no. Because the only photo we got was from Gumshoe, which is this one. This is a map. And this is a promotional poster. So... Yes.
Take that!
This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the star, Miss A.A. Ah! Mr. Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Engar's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has the initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to make some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corrida's door last night. What? You were looking into Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? Got it. I was going to get myself a scoop by catching them in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What'd you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of a vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are going to want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing. Getting photos. Oh? I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow. Rada. Nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished up writing up my spicy article, you know. But the paper I wrote it on a note to myself. Gone. You note to yourself? It's hiding inside the case of my $1,600 camera. The gun ran off together. I came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell ya. What's with people now, anyways? Never thought I'd see the day when someone done steals something from me. You really want that snowpack, huh? Got no idea why, though. It's probably a full thing why. But, camera updated into the court record. Okay. We're not ready to break Adrian Andrews' locks yet. However, March 21st, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Detective Gumshoe said that they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and the testimonies are airtight. But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces. Two? And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search in Mr. Guard. Yep, I found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai's special pants. And the second one is the knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest to be exact. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask me. You see, it's obvious they're man guards. Tomorrow's trial. That's while being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So, what about the airtight testimony? It's the old security lady. His old bag. I thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well... And I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knot is stuck on 10. And there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Ms. Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Engard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way! We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. The scandal with Mr. Corita, but why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impact. She was Juan Corita's manager. The victim's manager? But that's not all, pal. Miss Impact was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor? A woman who was both Mr. Corita's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Caught her suicide. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? Do you want to know more about her, pal? Oh, yeah. She was the victim's manager and was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. From Miss Von Korma! You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean... You, Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You're no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait, please, wait, sir. If I don't get to... Quiet. If it weren't for the traitors like you, would have won? Is that what you're going to say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth! Been a long time, right? Well, that's this person. This is Mr. Edgeworth. What am I going to have to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Francisca. You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs, like the little bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family tree? To be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I heard you were having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumption to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never! Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. The same world's marriage to the old boy. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick! I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard it right. That wild mare hasn't given in yet. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? That's something definitive that you lack. Working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. Truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. What is going on inside his head? A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred Von Karma was still my mentor. A perfect win record is a proof of a Von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edward. I see. So let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Francisca, you almost always says, I will defeat you this time, the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a professional battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my clients, to save their lives. To save your clients, you say? Those who think only for their own ego-driven goals. Those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy, or something like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn? Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Okay, I did not mean to do that. This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago. But she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then a few months later, Celeste Impact died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes. But there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. Suicide note that just vanished, huh? Miss Impact's death was most certainly a suicide. Oh, that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. Suicide note? But how do you know Miss Impact had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which means the likelihood of a suicide note was very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note? But why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyways. Part 1. Suicide report added to the court record. Alright, first, we wanna look at the suicide note before I continue. So, Celeste Impact, found by Juan Corrida. Was her suicide note hidden? Okay, so it's not gonna give us details on that one. I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like this one. That has 2. 2 parts? What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name is Adrian Andrews. Miss Andrews? So, what did she do? She tried to kill herself. Huh? She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. Think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews. She has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. Secret? Her dependent nature. That's what she really... That's what she's really like on the inside. Sanders. Dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what the woman is. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impact. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor Celeste's impact was gone forever. That's why. Well, why would that... Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling session. This music is the class trial. You remember this from the first game. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And when she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. When Celeste's impact suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. That means her confident attitude is all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Attempted suicide report added to the court record. Okay. So this case literally turned dark. But we'll find out that this is much more lighter compared to a certain game that followed later in the series. March 21st, Detention Center Visitor's Room. Oh, the lawyer dude. So, what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. I see. But I've already told you everything I know, dude. Can you tell me about your activities last night? So I got to the ward, I took a break and went back to my room. I had the post-ceremony stage show to do. So I was in my nickel samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the nickel samurai was going to confess something. Anyways, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Corrida was already dead at the time. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyways from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. That's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. What sort of... It's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with the face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all know it failed. Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So, why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? Okay. So, I wanted to clean that out. But now, we can go back here. Because there's a certain person we need to talk to. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel and Guards Hotel Room. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. It looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Miss von Karma? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so he's got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls? You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something, little girl. What is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. With this, I know that fool's every move. That's exactly the same as following somebody. So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews? Yes? Think hard about what you just discussed, understood? Alright. What were those two talking about? Sanders, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Okay, this one's gonna be the hardest one out of them all. Are you ready, Die? This one's the hard one. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Engard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You were not that close? That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow I highly doubt that. So, what do you think? What do you think Phoenix Wright is referring to? If you think long and hard on this one, it should be obvious. The glass? No. To be honest with you, we know nothing about the glass. We don't have any connections with the glass. This glass right now is a red herring. Because we don't have any evidence to link this wine glass. We just know it's on the crime scene undisturbed. So as of right now, the wine glass is a red herring. Think about what is being asked. You're not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. We have evidence to connect what Phoenix Wright's saying. Welcome, Game Boy gameplay boy from Keck. I'm guessing the Twitch is still having difficulties, or is that running? Can you hear me? Andy's not paying attention. Are you still? The note with the 16 onto it is a ticket to see the post-ceremony show. The 16 is a seat number. But we have something that talks about Adrian Andrews' whereabouts with the victim. Yeah, we don't have the autograph no more. That's in the hands of Wendy Olbag. Well, let's take a look at this more and we'll figure it out. I'll let you read this. Does it make sense? Why did I do that? Hold on. I don't know why I did that.
Take that!
You and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even have half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise a personal relationship like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Corrida? As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Corrida for this person's sake? So, this should probably help you out. Because we just discussed this with Miles Edgeworth and Gumshoe at Criminal Affairs. So that should still be fresh in your head. forgotten about it already. But that should be still fresh in your head. We are already talking about the victim. Didn't you get close to Mr. Carita for this person's sake? So, there's another person he's talking about. Besides the victim. Because Gumshoe, Miles Edgeworth already talked about it. That'd be Celeste Impact.
Take that!
Celeste Impact, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impact, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Carita's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Carita so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It was pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Okay. This one should be fairly easy. Because we know that she committed suicide, but something was missing prior to when she committed suicide. What was it? The next page isn't going to help us. None of these evidence here relates to Celeste Impact. We have to be on this page because we have evidence that relates to Celeste Impact. But my question doesn't relate to the evidence just yet. Because Celeste Impact, we know, committed suicide. The investigation seems to suggest that something was missing prior to Celeste Impact's suicide. One's a suicide report and the other one's attempted suicide report. First one.
Take that!
Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Corrida. One? Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. And this is why you became intimate with Mr. Corrida. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. So based on what Miles Edgeworth has said, Adrian Andrews has a high level of anxiety. We're watching a little bit of it right now. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you give to me. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impact was someone very special to you. And, which is what evidence? Miss Andrews, you. You nearly went through it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impact, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop! When Celeste passed away, so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corrida of hiding Miss Impact's note. You heard about it, and though, to recover it from her by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Correa dead. Me? Miss Impact was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? It's true. I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I push against all that though. I try to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews. There's one thing. It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to my grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews. All I want to know is the truth. Just Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hid her suicide note, and that someone was one Correa. Celeste. Without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you could get close to Mr. Correa to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like the tabloid report did the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. If they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide. I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Sanders? People found out about my weakness. I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. Card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? Actually, no. It just apparently appeared in my handbag. What is it? It looks like a seashell. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. They're not remembering something clearly. Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I will explain why the memory loss is the way it is. Adrian Andrews, with all the evidence put together, suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. Well, it must be off. I leave Mr. Engard in your capable hands. Okay. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, hallway. Well, I think we're gathering about all we can. Well, what about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls. She looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all and has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh, no. I'm okay, really. I'm fine. I really am. You don't look fine to me. I don't know why I did that. We don't need to do that. March 21st, Wright & Co. Law Offices. So what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Impact Suicide Note? That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Hello, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Tan, you're not answering the phone. Maya, where's Maya? I promise. I have not gone without a few feet of her. This whole time. Which is why I spoke. She's absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. And Carl, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya! Let me hear her! Very well. Ask my... Maya? Is that you? Sis. That's my sis. Maya! Maya! Damn it, she cut me off! Missing Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she? Sis? What does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry? Ah! Mia! I have a message from Maya, so come. Ask me anything you want about her. How's Maya? She's safe, for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I grabbed as much information about her surroundings as I could. That, pretty smart of her. The kidnapper. What's he like? I don't know. Apparently Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. She didn't see the face of her attacker. Ugh. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? Date, time, location. I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not gonna die. Sis, wonder if you're with Nick right now. Huh? Someone dropped a card here. It kinda looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. It's a picture of a shell, I think. What a strange card. Drat! It's locked! But this door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I can use. Ah, that's it! This shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting or worried. Alright. So, we're going to do a little review of that whole segment. I want to hear some thoughts, concerns, criticisms, any questions you may have. You don't have any. So, you're aware that as soon as Miles Edgeworth gave us the suicide and an attempted suicide report, the entire case just went dark. While the game doesn't specifically directly say what Adrian Andrew has, we know by the symptoms that Adrian Andrews is somebody with post-traumatic stress disorder. Because she has high-level anxiety. She has a situation where she has selective memory. And in the types of situation that she's in, anything traumatic she's going to forget. Witnessing one create his body, is traumatic. So she's going to block that. As for why she has a card she doesn't remember, she has completely blocked it. Most of the events that involved with Celeste impacts the suicide, she's trying to forget. And those are heavy on her mind right now. Why she's still with Juan Carita and Mangard when they heightened her anxiety level up, we don't know why. And it's going to be apparent when we get into the trial. So, You understand basically what I'm saying, right? Okay. Whoops, that's not what I want. March 22nd, 9:42 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Adrian, did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will impact you. Mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let my sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. No, I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him. This is Wright. Good morning. This is Mr. Attorney, the day. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, I checked on her earlier this morning. She seems a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry. People don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? I'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my good gift, I expect you to generously accept it. Win the day's contest. If you please. Wait. The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude, who was that? No one. It had nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? March 22nd, 10 a.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Pinocchio reference. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt and Guard. As the prosecution and the prosecution defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Ms. Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor, please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor. Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present the man was talking about. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, She alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in a stable condition. Di, who's that? Take a guess, and who do you think that is that just said that? That's good. Phew. I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Miss von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. I'm going to say this, like father, like daughter. Except for Manfred von Karma was shot in his left shoulder. Manfred von Karma is also left-handed. Franziska von Karma got shot in her right shoulder. Franziska von Karma is right-handed. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. Prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Mangard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right? I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah. It would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Heroes of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the case of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright, let's see what this says. It looks like we have 3 mandatory statements that we actually actually have to press in this one. You ready, Die? Welcome, Wiz the Rainbow RX. Thank you for joining the stream. You have joined in on the last case of Justice for All. This is day 1 trial. Cause of death? Wasn't that because Mr. Carita was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good, hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to his bandana. Banana? His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Oh, yes, I see. A banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? Seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. What a crafty murderer on our hands here. Autopsy report added to the court record. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. Jammin' Ninja doesn't go around without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it? How's that? We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. Guitar case updated in the court record. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? Guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Hold it, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Carita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. What, you mean you forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't even have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel? Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. What brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest man and guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edward's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify of this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest and guard? Man and guard and one Corita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought that the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the gem and ninja button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Engar's Hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Okay. So we are going to get 2 new pieces of evidence, and this is one testimony. We do not have to press any statements. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clear, sir. Knife added to the court record. And there's this button. It was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we also know that the blood on it is the victim's, sir. What? Jam and Ninja's button added to the court record. All this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find that hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your useless, pointless questions. Grrr. Alright. I already looked at it. If you already know exactly which one to present, you can go straight into that. You ready? We received 100 messages.
Hold it!
Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Ngai was beating Mr. Corradi in the popularity polls. Oh yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eye, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective? It's not. Well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive.
Objection!
Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. No, not you too, Mr. Edwards, sir. I look forward to your pension negotiations. No! No, Detective. Let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension too. Detective, if you value money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. You can talk about my pension later, sir. About what I was saying. Hello? Anyone? When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corrida. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, Belle, this isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Ugh, well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix. Yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective just said now. Think carefully, before it's too late. A button covered in the victim's blood, and a knife with Engard's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix? So do you know what statement? And you know what evidence? Based on the clues? No. For the statement that we have is the defendant bought the knife for the crime scene, which makes this a premeditated murder. So the button would not contradict this statement. Now read what the knife says. Read what the description says. On the grip of the knife, it says Gatewater. So, the statement where it says the defendant bought the knife for the crime, does that contradict the knife?
Objection!
Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. The question is, where did this knife come from? Well, why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Carita's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There was a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Mangard. Especially, what was on top of his table? There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Mangard's knife was missing. Mr. Mangard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had using during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. This is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? It means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of her feet. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? We do, actually. There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright? I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, right? It is, don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. Unless this stuff is curtains for me, for all of us. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. See that bar die? This one is game over if we get it wrong. Does that put a lot of pressure on you? Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? But if you think about it logically, looking at the evidence, what is one piece of evidence that we know nothing about?
Take that!
This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. There were all things that were at one point sitting on the top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strained enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yeah, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set the glass down without thinking? If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. It just might fall for it, if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecutor's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendant. Rather, they were of one, Adrian Andrews. What? Wine glass updated in the court record. This is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Grr. I can't believe I fell into another trap. Sanders was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now you see, right? You can't change any parts of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. Grr. I thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. Prosecution is yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name... Oh! G-O-T-C-H-A. Grrr. I wonder what happened to that calm composure you had earlier. Oh, Angie boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with the testimony, but who knew that under that helmet is the Wicked Witch of the witness stand? I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all that the court needs to know. Oof! Shut! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please! Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Now that I mind at all, Edgy, what should I start with? The witness was on security details at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over this in guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. Isn't that right, Edgy Poo? After all, I have no interest in a child like him, right, Edgy Poo? I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corina, and Edgy Poo. But those two were the same age. Anyways, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well, please tell the courts what you witnessed that night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo! What you witnessed. Anyways, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. You listening, Edgy Poo? There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. And I was keeping an eye out for you, Edgy Poo. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Engard, Mad Engard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. I'm telling you, Edgy Poo, it was him. So Mr. Engard came out from the victim's room. See? It has to be him. He's the murderer. I tell you, Edgy Poo. Stop calling me Edgy Poo. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Are you ready, Di? We have 2 mandatory statements to be pressed. You saw my client? Are you sure about that? Yesy. Really? Annoying brat! When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should divulge into this a bit further. Please tell the courts about the man's clothing in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if someone's like that, something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Ah, yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center, too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Objection!
Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of the testimony was important. Don't you see, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be amended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must, he was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Alright. Well, at this point, we can just present. I did say there was two, but I just reread the guy that the one statement wasn't really that important. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket? What do you think? It's not like I seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it. She is so sure of herself that it's the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Alright. So this new piece of statement here is going to be what we're going to be working on. Because we already know right now that this one is a contradicting statement. What's it contradicting? Well, we only have one photo, actually. This is the only photo we have. And that is not Matt and Guard. Like I said, this is your hotel map. And this is just a poster. Read what it says. You know what those are, right? In Japanese folklore, they represent pants, okay? And if you watch Inuyasha wears a hakama. You'll see Shishomaru wearing hakama. They're pretty much like pants. But that's a long far cry from a red racing jacket.
Objection!
Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Aha! It's button number 2 on Jammy Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Most people would definitely just say it's a button. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Engar's body during a full body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Engar. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? See? And Engar is the nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you just say the defendant, Matt Engar, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore that... Now hold your tongue still there for a second. So What you saw is actually was not Mr. Engard, the man, but Mr. Engard, the nickel samurai. But when you think about it, they're really one in the same way. Same anyway. Mr. Olbag, this is very important. Important point we're talking about. Edgy Poo, do you think so? Well, it might be something worth considering. But stop calling me Edgy Poo. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw. Engard. Yes, now I remember A.G. Poo. The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw, A.G. Poo. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during that murder. You hear what I'm saying, A.G. Poo? He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show, right? After the crime, you know. So, he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. And youngins today, I told you, there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. And what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful as a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. I feel like Miles Edgeworth has a big motive to murder Wendy Oldbag just because she calls him Edgy Poo. Are you ready, Di? We have one mandatory statement that we can press. We have an achievement for the iOS and Steam port of the game. So, be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing the racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When you were an itty bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner here of public court. So what? Die. Do a search. Search up Judge Wagner. And tell me who he was. Well, in my search that I was looking at, the first search I saw was that of Judge Wagner, not of Judge Wagner. There was no information on a Judge Wagner. See? And look at what you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Well, what I said earlier, who puts any weight into the things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimony? Since the devs created a game called Ace Attorney. Or in Japan, by its actual name, Gakuten Saiben. All that matters is that man was inside the costume. Isn't that enough? Gakuten Saiben translate into English as the turnabout trial. And why would that be? That way no one could see his face, of course, but there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. Well, yeah, that is actually agreeable. It was more troublesome to change out of his costume. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contests were supposed to go out on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that incident, that included the Jammin' Ninja? Of course it included him. That's why when Engard came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw is really what was the Nickel Samurai? As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is, what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Okay, do you know what statement that we can use? Whoops. What piece of evidence? This is Lada's camera. This camera is completely missing, and it wouldn't help us to show us that, to prove that he wore the Nickel Samurai costume, because we don't have the evidence to prove that, because we don't have the camera. But, based on what she's saying, he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
Objection!
Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? This is exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? Whose car are we driving? Di is probably just sitting there and says, "Really, Judge? Really, Judge?" Am I right? If Mr. Engard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to in the victim's room while in costume as a Nickel Samurai. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show, which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. But, Edgeworth, you are proving that this was a premeditated murder. So, one, you just contradicted what you just said, saying that he did not have any intent to murder and took his gloves off. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edwards' theory? Let me get this straight. Edwards' theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? I think I explained those. I think I just explained them. Have a good night there with the rainbow art, Yoshi. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. We already know the evidence for this one, don't we, Di? No. It would be the knife. Because right now, as the theory goes, Juan Corrida is still alive. So the button's still on his chest. So, in order to stab Juan Corrida, something has to be made. The murder weapon.
Take that!
This knife. This was used by Mr. Engard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from the supposition 1. I'm trying to. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order. Order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? No. See, we're trying to prove Madengard's innocent. So, obviously, it is to frame Madengard. It's to frame my client, Mr. Engard, of course. To frame?
Objection!
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
Objection!
But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Grrr! Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Iggy Poo? Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Engard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of the doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai? Alright then. Who were you waiting for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Carrera, am I correct, witness? Ha ha ha. That answer is also no. The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So old bag was waiting around in front of the witness, the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Carrera. Maybe, Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia is hinting at, it's certainly possible. Ms. Oldbag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? This one should be very easy. I think you mean Adrian.
Take that!
Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Engar's manager. Why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. And this manager with the initials AA. Are you saying this? It's Adrian Andrews, without a doubt. The witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you? Watch it, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In search, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness. Please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of you, young ones. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really? It's not like we're 10 years old. Secret information. That Engard is one evil man. I thought he could ruin poor Juan by chasing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty trick, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. The truth is never pleasant. Let me see if that's a... Truth is never pleasant. I think she meant to say, truth can never be told so as to be understood and not be believed. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? I believe we have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposed is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right. Engard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. That is actually a line in a song. The song's called Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins. I can't play it on stream. Let me find the lyrics. I don't see the exact line here, but I think it might have been in the movie Top Gun, which is probably where the song got its... I was doing some search.
The song's in Top Gun.
Yeah, I know it's in Top Gun. All right. Looks like we do have one statement that's mandatory to scrap. You don't have any proof that Mr. Engard did any such thing. Must be suffering from shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you. Alright then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that Engard did bear any ill will towards Juan? Nope, we don't. I don't have anything to offer. See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyways. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret! Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did this old bat get such a secret piece of information? I'm going to tell you right now, we're pressing further is about the same as wait and see with different results. So, our best selection is present evidence. So, no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? One piece of evidence. One piece of evidence that we have, that's where she got that information. No, the walkie-talkie is how we're talking to the killer. So as of right now, this does not really associate with any of the evidence that we have. I can't present this. The note with the 16 onto it is a ticket for the post-ceremony stage show, which was canceled. So there was no information that was presented with this. It must be that hour where we're going to get spammed by the bot. The investigative photographer Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her alter ego impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas? You say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you're the one who took Miss Hart's note? I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puppy-haired whippersnapper, she's working with the evil in guard. She said so herself. And guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy fool, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying, only helping out like an angel I am. Every time Edgeworth does it, it's like he's received a bullet from Wendy Oldbag. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this, just this one. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is that correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can. That's all. You're lying, damn it, I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. What else did she steal? You're thinking long and hard about this one, aren't you? No, we already confirmed that the guitar was at the studio. So, Juan Corrida didn't bring it with him. Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie, $1,600 camera disappeared on me. What? Witness. What is it, Gramps? If you had that note, then it is only logical that you have that camera too. Grr. Looks like you found me again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? Ah, that's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you, I fall in love, and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw the woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Slime Bag? Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photo, hurry. We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you. That's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Lotta's photo added to the court record. Well, what does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The photo by itself doesn't prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If this is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? This photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There is only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took. There is a couple of strange things about it, okay? There's something strange with this photo. They're only going to mention one right now. Do you know what's strange about the photo? I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree that there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunker with a bunker buster? If that's what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright. Anyways, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyways? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? We only get one shot, Di. Do you see it? I'll give you a hint. Think back to the first game. What was wrong with that picture? I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does this mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. Engard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. What is it? This isn't unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. Doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all. Mr. Edwards, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Engard, then everything that the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. Figured it would come to this. What? Right. I had something I had to ask you. I think you have proven that this person inside this costume is not Matt Engard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. It is very simple. What you should be focused on is Edward's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Edward, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Who is this person in this photograph? Very simple. Five likes on the stream already. Adrian. Adrian.
Take that!
Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who the Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can fairly move in and out of Mr. Engard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engard that night. And how does this all add up? Means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon? Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order! 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 Looks like this trial has had a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? Ah! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... No then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. No then.
Objection!
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I cannot do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony. Bore wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimated me, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all. Happened according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecutor's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. It looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Okay. Alright, there's going to be officially 2 more streams left for this. Alright? We're going to finish the rest of the first first day trial. Next week, we're going to do investigation, because if I'm not mistaken, there's 3 parts to this second day investigation. So, no, there's 2. So, I'm almost pretty sure that next week's stream is going to consist of trial day 2, investigation, and then the following week will be the rest of the trial. So, thoughts, concerns, criticisms, questions? Nothing really. All right, so we're going to recap what we have just learned. So, we are indicting Adrienne Andrews for the murder of Juan Corrida, because we have already suspected her because of her placement in the Gatewater Hotel. She's the only person that's able to freely move past Madden guards and Juan Corrida's room. So it's only logical for her to be within the crime. Now, is that factual? We'll find out. Is it all fabrication? We'll find that out. Are we, based on what I just told you, we're not going to finish this trial in one day. Okay? So I will put the ending screen on, but I have to take a little bit of break. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. So before I set up for the stream, after I finish this game, will you be alright if I skip maybe a week or two on Phoenix Wright? Or would you like me to move into the next game after we finish? Because this week's going to end Phantasy Star, which means I can start working with Da Hack. I will go back and do Da Hack. So on Monday, I can definitely make a week or two for another stream. If you want me to. I can make 2 days. I can make 1 week or 1 day a Da Hack and move over to Da Hack over on Wednesday. Okay, I can do that. Da Hack is a very long game. We are starting the preseason games for PFL. You've seen them all scheduled. When one game ends, it's going to direct us into the next game. I set them at 2 hours intervals because I am not entirely sure exactly when those games are going to end. And because each quarter is 8 minutes long, and without the extensions and stuff, you see that the games are nearly an hour and a half. So there's 30 minutes of extra time that we can play with. So I don't want to make the halftime portion too long because I'm only given 30 extra minutes. So even if I take 10 minutes of the halftime, that only gives me 20 minutes. And because there's only a 2-hour interval between each game, that means I can't overrun the games over for the 8 o'clock stream. If I do, I have to push the 8 o'clock stream back, which is going to be tough. And I do know by the time I get to the regular season, there's going to be a lot of changes that's going to incorporate moving the streams away from the weekend so we can push in the PFL. These are preseason games, so I chose them the way I did. And I also will have to get the Wacky Wolf Football League set up as well. So that's most of our plans. As for the Sims, they're gonna when they reach their episode limit, they're gonna be done for the season. I'm not sure if I'm gonna start a season 4 for the Sims 2 because we also have the HFL that's coming. So the Sims 3 I can probably squeeze in because I still have 1 or 2 days that I'm working with. And we're not entirely sure how we're going to officially work the HFL. So we're using the PFL as an example to see how it works. We also have to fix Parsec. We're going to have to try to see if we can't either try again to see if we can change the password or send an email to Parsec to see if there's any way that they can fix it so we can get the password, because we tried the password that was in their system, and the password, either they have an expiration for their password, which I think is dumb, Because to me, if there's an expiration on a password, that should only be for a secured system, like for, I guess, banking or other more important federal things that has a time-sensitive password that requires you to change it. I don't understand why Parsec would have a time-sensitive password for that. So we have to fix that, and then we're going to test out Parsec. So we'll try working that some other time. So tomorrow is Tears of the Kingdom, and Wednesday, of course, we have 4 preseason games, and the last of Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star 3 to be precise. Wednesday or Thursday, 4 preseason game and The Sims 2. Friday, 4 preseason games and The Sims 3. Saturday is 4 preseason games and the Layton Brothers. Mystery Room, I guess that's what it's called. Alright. You can put in my raid hashtag. We are going to find somebody to raid. I guess we can raid things today. Find anything else that I thought was even interesting. So we're gonna raid Wright Ace. She's doing a new game. Well, it's not technically new. I guess it was out back in 2022. And she's trying this game out. From what I seen from last time of it, she didn't like it. Alright. So that's that. And that'll be it for me for today. See you tomorrow. Or wait. I guess I'll just see you on the preseason game because Andy's going to be doing tomorrow's stream. I could probably put in a pregame show before the games, but I'm going to do it Tuesday, do a video of that, maybe give out some of my team predictions on who's going to win the game. So we'll see that. You guys have a good day. Night, wherever you are.